Still need to find my clapboard here. Oops, I need to do that again. 1 second here. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again we're going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings. This time we're going to be looking at one of the greatest painters from the Renaissance, specifically the early Renaissance. We're going to be looking at Paolo Uccello's famous Saint George and the Dragon from somewhere 1460, 1470. It's one of the later works in his life before he died, I think in 1475. I think this is a masterpiece. It's in the collection of the National Gallery in London, England. I have looked at this painting many, many times, especially when I was a student at the Royal College in London, and it's beautiful. It's also the third version of this painting, but we'll talk about that later on. Paolo Uccello, fascinating figure, highly influential today and over the last maybe 100 and so years, but during his time was sort of seen as an eccentric weirdo. So we'll get all into that here. Oh, it looks like some great comments there in that chat. There's Sam Keat, Kathy, Aisha says, "You are the best teacher in the whole world." Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so sweet. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's look at the plan for today. You'll hear I'm a little bit congested. I'm running on Dayquil right now. My daughter's been sick all week long, so that seems to have transferred to me. I was thinking about canceling today's episode and just sleeping in, but then I thought that would just make me feel worse. So here's my attempt to try to overcome my cold through action. We'll see if that was a bad idea or not. Anyway, this is our plan for today. What we're going to do is we're going to talk momentarily about how difficult today's painting might be, and if this is something that you might want to try yourself. We'll talk briefly about the materials required to recreate it. We'll do the image transfer. You get the image on the canvas, assuming you don't want to try to draw this from scratch, which should be complex, but of course you could take my drawing course here on YouTube to do that. We're going to stain it. Then we're going to talk about Uccello's biography and today's painting in particular. Then we'll do underpainting, background. Today's painting is going to be a long one, and I'm hoping it can be done in one session, but we'll see how I feel a few hours down the road here. So if I can get this painting done in less than 7 or 8 hours, that would be a miracle, but I'm not holding out hope for that, so we'll see here. So let's get right to our first. Oh, actually, I also do want to just quickly mention ways that you could support the channel with a small donation, and subscribe, and hitting the notification bell. If you want to support the channel with $1, $5, thank you to those of you who have supported the channel in the past. That pays my internet, it pays for the cameras when they inevitably die, it pays for the paint. I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody else except people like yourself. If you click on that QR code, or you go to the PayPal link that you see on the screen, it'll take you here where you can safely donate to the channel. Here's a few other ways you can donate: by sending a check or e-transfer, or use the super chat while we're here live. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. So just as a quick shout out to the Facebook group, there's a QR code to take you to the Facebook group. I encourage you to join the group. It's just other artists like yourselves who are at various different stages of their creative journey, and if you want to find like-minded people who are wanting to get better, then I encourage you to join it. Also, because once every 6 weeks or so I go through everything that's been put on there since the last time and give free feedback. Some of those episodes are 6, 7, 8 hours long, where I meticulously go through all of the paintings and drawings, whether it's stuff done in class or outside of class. I just want to help my fellow artists get better, because I believe making art is essential to making our world better. So, having said all of that, let's talk about how difficult today's painting might be, or scale of difficulty. So here's the scale, going from beginner, never made a painting ever before, to an expert, a master like Paolo Uccello himself. So we'll just kind of quickly go through, beginner again, never made a painting. Today might be the first time you've ever seen me and you're thinking about making a painting. Maybe a novice would be somebody who's seen me before, maybe done some of the very basic classes, like learned how to mix some paints, done the color wheel, and some of the very early, easier paintings. Intermediate is that big gulf in the middle where, some people could be an intermediate artist for 20 years of their lives. So people who have done all of the basic stuff, they're starting to even create their own independent work. And then advanced is someone who basically has their own creative art practice, someone who might even be considered to be a professional artist. And your expert is the people like we're studying from in these series, the great masters like Paolo Uccello, Leonardo da Vinci, Frida Kahlo, Emily Carr, all of the greats. And they leave lasting contributions to the world of art. So, where does our painting fall into? I'm going to say this one's going to be it's a tough one. Yeah, it's definitely going to be in the upper range of an intermediate artist's level, and particularly probably even give some advanced artists a few fits. Now, that's not to say that a beginner or a novice painter couldn't do today's painting, but if you were a beginner painter and this is your first painting you're starting at, I would have some reservations, because I'd be worried that you'd try it, get frustrated, and give up and never paint again. So you're certainly welcome to hang out with me and work on something else, but beginner, novice, if you're just starting the intermediate phase, this might be one that would break the camel's back. So I'd say at your advanced level here. And so last class we did a painting by the great Canadian painter Lauren Harris, these icebergs. And if you want something to be a little bit easier, this might be a painting you might want to do. So I try to kind of balance between going from really difficult to as easy as possible, some intermediate, so that there's lots of options for people watching the channel. Stephanie says, listening on the drive home from work. Oh, that's awesome. Hi, Stephanie. Kathy says, stuck in traffic in Los Angeles right now, on holiday. Wish I was painting with you all. Sankeet says, yo, 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 Michael, I bet you didn't recognize me in my Spanish accent. And Misha says, this one looks pretty difficult. I missed the iceberg last week. Yeah, if you think this is going to be difficult, I think the iceberg would be probably a good alternative. Obviously, totally different subject matter, but learning to do that kind of thing would certainly help getting to do today's painting of St. George and the Dragon. Okay. Next step here is just to briefly talk about materials required. I did an entire episode where I talk in depth about materials and what materials you might need to get started as a painter, specifically as an acrylic painter. You can use the QR code here to go right to the Dropbox folder. At the very top of the Dropbox folder is a whole bunch of information that you can download. Here's a shout out to the Facebook page, Facebook group. So if you click in here, Art Supply Guide, there's a new guide I just made just a few weeks ago that has updated information in there. You can print it out, take it to your local art supply store, or look online at different brands. Now we'll talk about the kind I recommend here in a moment, or the kind that I use anyway. But here would be your basic episodes to kind of get started, and the first 50 or so episodes are much easier than what we're about to do today. So just again, materials, obviously we're going to be painting with acrylic paint, and we're going to be using a 9x12 sized canvas board. You really could paint on virtually anything, whether it be paper or wood, stretched canvas, but that's what we're using today. I don't think we'll use any of these guys. It's a good idea to have some rags around. Actually, the last few days, I've just been cutting up some clothes. As a teacher, often I get donations of old t-shirts from students, and what I do is I shred them all up. I cut them into small pieces, and then I run them through the washing machine again, so that to try to get all of the little the little tiny pieces of fabric that might come off when you're cutting. I want those to get into the lint collector and the dryer, so that if you're cleaning your painting, it's not just this, dandruff of a rag coming off onto your painting, which could make a problem worse. So that's another thing to think about. Okay, so we're going to be using what's called a split primary palette. I didn't invent this technique or approach to painting, but I love it, and I think it's a game changer. I wish I knew about this when I was 16 years old, when I was in art school. Nobody talked about this in art school for whatever weird reason, but essentially the split primary palette involves using 6 tubes of paint. 2 reds, 2 blues, 2 yellows, plus white. You can also use black, but I can mix my own black with just these 6 colors. So I think that's pretty cool. The reason why I really like using this approach is it emphasizes color temperature. Every paint, every color has a temperature. It's either warm or cool. And knowing how to use color temperature is really going to unlock the power of your colors and help demystify the color mixing process. So it's important because warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, cool colors appear to recede. So if you think of like a painting like a window, cool colors are as far away from the window as possible. Warm colors get closer and closer to the window. And black is basically like a bug on the window. So all you have to do when you're mixing paint is just ask yourself, where is this color? Is it close to me, to my eyes, or the illusion that the artist is creating, or is it further away? And that helps you select those colors. If it's closer, it's a warm color. Further, it's a cool color. So I think that makes things so much easier to understand. There's Heidi and Angel in the chat. Hello, everybody. Great to see you guys. Excuse me. So this is the brand, again, I'm about to use, these Amsterdam acrylic paints. They are about the least expensive, highest quality paint that I know of, and most accessible, at least here in Western Canada, where I'm filming from right now. Now, I'm not paid by them, not sponsored by them. I have had conversations about that with them, but nothing official has happened. So I go and buy these paints from my local art supply store here in Vancouver, just like everybody else. Now, if you want to spend more money on higher quality paint, you could use Golden, for instance. They're kind of one of the industry standards. Great paint, available pretty much everywhere in North America. But it's also going to be about 3 times the price as this. I would say it's about like 20% better quality for about 200%, 300% more the price. So you do the math if that's worth it to you. I would say that if you're on the beginning end of the creative spectrum, I would, even if you can afford it, I would discourage you from using really good paint. Because if you start using really good paint and you're not happy with your results, that kind of thing in your mind starts telling you, well, you're wasting money by every one of these failed paintings. So if you use less expensive paint, less is at stake, and you feel more at ease to take some risks. And I think that's really important for artists, to feel that freedom to explore and take some risks. And to fail. I think we learn really through our failures, not through our successes. at least as far as most people I know. You'll see I'm just flashing across the screen all of these different brand names. Again, all of this is in the handout that's on the Dropbox I mentioned earlier, so that's why I'm not pausing here and talking about each one of them. You can take a screenshot if you want, if you don't have access to the internet, but you're on your phone, I guess, right now looking at this, or your computer. So anyway, all of these, again, are listed there. You'll notice that all of these, I haven't used all of these brands, except these next two here, Museum and Peebo. I have used them, and I do not recommend them. Here's Mary's and Fevicryl. I have not used, but people in our community have. And in each of the cases, all four of these brands, they've added too much titanium white to the paint, which makes it impossible to make a black. And as you know, I like mixing my own black. So this basically eliminates these brands from contention. And so, but I mean, maybe if you're doing a lot of pastel colors, I assume these would work just fine. But I'm not. I want to have full access to all of the bright saturated pigments. And so I wouldn't use these. That's my recommendation. Let's go on to the next step here, which is to get an image on the canvas using an image transfer process. As I said earlier, you could draw this out, you could sketch it out, but obviously it's going to lead to some distortions, and nothing wrong with distortion. I love grunge music from the 90s. I was a 90s kid, so I love Nirvana and all that kind of loud, screechy noise. But when it comes to painting something that looks like something, you may want to have it look a little bit closer to the original. So, let me just cough here. So, you can use the QR code here to go to the Dropbox folder, and let's find this particular image. So we click that QR code or go to the Dropbox. You've got to scroll all the way down to the end here, folder 177, Paolo Uccello, and you're going to see a bunch of files here. There's the original painting we're working on, plus 2 versions of the outline that I did here using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. So you can download the PDF or JPEG version, whichever is easier for you to print out. And I also put the 2 versions of this painting that Uccello did prior to this one in the folder, just as for interest's sake or comparison. But we'll talk about that here in a moment. So I'll just let's bring. So there's the painting, and there's the outline for the paint. And maybe just a quick little shout out to the originals. This is the first version, and there's the second version. Of course, there's the third. So anyway, there's the outline. You can print it out on your inkjet printer, laserjet printer at work, print it on a thumb drive, and print it at your local copy shop or something. So let's. Okay. So I'm using this 9 by 12 sized canvas panel, and I took it out of the plastic, and then I applied some white acrylic gesso across the surface. I let it dry, and then I sanded it with some 100 grit sandpaper just to take a little bit of the tooth off so it's a little bit less textured. Now I'll admit, I just gessoed this about an hour and a half ago, and I'm a little worried that it's still a little bit, it hasn't fully cured. It shouldn't be too much of a problem today because I'm not doing any taping of, so I shouldn't have worries about the paint peeling off or not adhering to the gessoed surface, but ideally you would let this dry a little bit longer. Okay, so I've taped that down, and I'm using here some graphite transfer paper. I ordered this. It's a pack of 100 sheets from Amazon for like $12. Comes in a little pack like that. And I will be able to use these sheets for a long time. I have no worries because I can reuse that sheet over and over and over again. You just want to make sure that the black side is facing down. That's the side that has the graphite on it, and the gray side is blank. Because if it's the wrong side up, you're going to have a beautiful image on the back side of your handout and nothing on the canvas or paper. So, let's get going here. Now there's a lot of lines and this image is kind of small, which is another reason which makes this painting kind of tricky for a beginner, because doing all of this detail at such a small scale is going to be tricky for anybody, let alone a professional artist like myself. So I'm going to try my best. I've loved this painting ever since I was a little kid. I remember my parents had these big books of art history in the living room, and this is one that really caught my eye. Not surprising, because it's about, you know, a knight and killing a dragon, right? So pretty accessible for a little kid, and I think that might be one of the reasons why this painting is so beloved, is that, you know, it's a kind of a fun painting featuring like a mythical creature, and you know, it's relatively straightforward in terms of being able to understand, perceive what it is. It's not something you need an art history degree to comprehend. And so, yeah, it's one of those ones that is immediately graspable by anybody who looks at it. It's also one of the more popular paintings in the National Gallery in London, England, probably for that very same reason. But as we'll talk about, it also, you know, is by a very interesting artist whose reputation has kind of grown over the years and become like a particular favorite of artists in the 20th century. Okay, so I just want to double check my lines are going across. That looks good. I guess she does have this rain. You know, it's funny, before the episode was aired, I was like, you know, maybe I should grab a box of Kleenex in case I need it. And at that moment, I was thinking, well, I don't really have a runny nose. I don't know if that would be necessary, even though I'm not feeling great. And I think there's got to be some sort of, I don't know if it's Murphy's Law or something. I feel like most of the time when I'm sick, it's like it's psychosomatic. It's my if I think about it, I become sick. So that's also one of the reasons why I tend to kind of like working a little bit when I'm sick, is sometimes it takes my mind off of things and I just stop thinking about being sick, and then kind of magically I stop being sick. I don't know, you let me know in the chat if that's something you've ever experienced. Or if you're thinking, Michael, you're crazy, you should just turn the camera off, go get some soup, and go lay down. What is this weird line? That must be some fragment from a tracing process that I somehow neglected to... It's also... okay. We'll talk a little bit about the figures in this painting too, and the history of St. George, who's like the... I don't know if is he the patron saint of England or just... I mean, the English flag is based on St. George's, the crest that he had on his chest. He's a notable figure, beloved by many countries, and this image of St. George slaying the dragon is on the crests of Germany, Russia, Spain, England. So he's not the only one, or England's not the only one to claim him as an important figure. Even though I now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, I don't think there's any direct relationship between St. George and England. I don't even know if St. George ever came to England. I should have looked that up. Heidi says, so nice to tune in and watch Michael in action. I've missed it so much. Hope to get back to painting soon. And Kathy says, hi everyone, I'll just watch today. Yeah, this is one of those episodes, one of those paintings where, you know, I'm like, last night I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to hold this one in my hand. Oh, I've been thinking about this ever since I was like 5 years old, looking at this painting in a book on the floor, the carpet of my parents' living room, just thinking about how cool it is. and then I get to this point, I'm like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, oh my goodness, this one is... we're gonna be here for a while, Michael. And again, I hope I can wrap this one up in one session here. I prefer not to have to do another episode working on it, but we'll see. Oof, some of those details like faces and things, oh my goodness. There's a lot of detail there. I'm just gonna, not gonna bother tracing all of it. We'll talk here in a moment about Paolo Uccello as a figure, because just tracing this again, and obviously I did it once on my iPad, so I become kind of aware of just sometimes how strange some of these paintings are compositionally. I think to myself, I would never have arranged the elements the way that this artist has, but obviously they know something I don't here, because this painting has survived 500 years or 700 years and more. It's amazing. 600 years. 650? Somewhere around there. Okay. Oh yeah, these. The original painting is also much bigger than this too, but we'll get to that. Okay, I think the most important stuff is there. Oh, let me see. I'm just gonna let me know if I'm gonna just turn this microphone. I'm gonna mute it for a moment so it doesn't sound too loud when I turn it, but I'm imagining it should sound better here in a second. I'm hoping that by just turning that microphone, maybe my voice sounds a little bit clearer. I must have bumped it, so now it should be facing my mouth a little bit more clearly. You let me know if that sounds any better or worse. I mean, if it's worse than it was before, that's very interesting, good to know. So, or if it's, yeah, then yes, I would love to know that, particularly. If it's better, that's great. That's what I'm hoping, but okay. Next up, I want to talk about applying a priming layer of paint, a color across the surface, a technique that's called the Imprimatura. The Imprimatura is a stain, a color that we're going to put over top of this white canvas. It's also going to help seal a little bit of these pencil marks in place. There's lots of reasons why an artist would do or use an Imprimatura, but for me personally, the Imprimatura is now more than ever primarily for me a part of my routine, as a way of just sort of starting to paint without really having to think about what I'm painting here. So I'm going to use my warm yellow as always. Now traditionally artists would use a So traditionally artists would use a kind of brown, an earthy color. I like to use this warm yellow because it's going to give my painting a little bit of this golden hue, which I really like, kind of golden hour sunset kind of color. See, I just opened up this tube of paint, and there should be plenty of paint here now to do the rest of today's painting. Maybe I'm gonna set that aside for right now. This is the only other time that I actually use water when I'm painting with acrylics. Right there, that's... It's about 2/3 paint to water. So somewhere around like 60%, 70% acrylic to 30 to 40% water. The reason why water works really well for an Imprimatura when we don't really want to use water elsewhere in acrylic painting is that it's going to help this color absorb into the gesso. And because essentially what we're doing is staining the surface as opposed to painting the surface. The technical difference being that a stain gets absorbed into the surface, whereas paint generally sits on top of the surface. Right, think about if you're going to stain some furniture. The idea is that you probably want to preserve the texture or the look of the wood grain, versus painting it, you would just cover that completely up. So a stain is going to be absorbed by the wood and kind of maybe bring out highlights in the wood itself, whereas the stain or the paint is just going to hide it completely. It's interesting. My graphite smudged more than it usually does. I'm not really sure how that happened, why that's happening. Not a big deal, but there is a little bit of smearing of that paint. I don't think I was more aggressive or put more pressure on my brush than normal. Who knows? The paint can be so complex. It could have something to do with the humidity. Here in Vancouver, Canada, where I am right now, it's kind of really the rainy season is in full force. And like last night, holy smokes, it was raining so hard. And this new studio that we have here is like really, like, it's soundproof basically. It's very quiet in here. One of the reasons why I got it, because if I wanted to do filming like this, I wanted some place that was nice and quiet. But man, last night it was raining so hard that I honestly had to check a few times, because the sound was so loud. It reminded me of the sound of I have an electric tea kettle, and you know, when you turn it on, like, it starts heating up, and eventually as it gets hot, you know, it kind of makes this like a white noise sound, like, and that tells me, oh, you know, when I start hearing that sound, the tea kettle's, you know, almost done. Like, it doesn't whistle or make a beep or anything. And it was raining so hard, a couple times I literally went to the kitchen and I'm like, okay, just want to make sure that I didn't somehow leave the tea kettle on, or it's, you know, I'm like, no, it's off. It's just the sound outside. But boy, oh boy, it was loud. Roblox says, do I have to do an Imprimatura if I'm using watercolor paper, or is it only for people using canvas? Well, so great question. No, you don't have to do it at all. I should say that right off the top. You do not have to do it ever at all if you don't want to, and you don't have to use the yellow like I do. You could use the brown as other artists traditionally have done. You can do that on paper if you like with a watercolor. Essentially, that would be considered like a wash, right? You could do a yellow wash or a brown wash or a blue wash or whatever color wash you would like to do. In fact, the brush I'm using, well, this isn't really a mop brush or for wash, but similar. Yeah. If you're using watercolor, often watercolor artists might even use different colored paper. Instead of just white, you could get like a gray piece of paper or kind of like an eggshell piece of paper to paint on. So, you don't have to, but I like to do it. Essentially, like as I have on here, did I put it up there? Probably the origin of the Imprimatura comes from when artists started painting on canvas. Prior to painting on canvas, whether it be stretched over a board or stretched over a frame so that it's more like a drum, artists were painting on walls and wood panels, like today's painting. I'm not sure entirely, but I'd be 99% sure it would have been painted on wood. The problem with painting on wood, of course, is that it can warp and bend and twist, expand, contract, and that means anything that's on that surface is also going to be expanding and contracting. And with oil paint, that might mean that it's going to start cracking, and pieces of paint might even crack and fall off. Oil paint, when it's dry, is very similar to like an eggshell. So you could just imagine if you were able to somehow make an eggshell that was flat and glued it down onto something, and then that surface underneath the eggshell expanded and contracted and twisted, well, the eggshell would just shatter like glass. And so artists eventually started to get so fed up with that happening that they began using fabric that could be stretched over a surface, and then they could then stabilize that fabric from expanding and contracting, originally with something called rabbit skin glue, which is basically just a glue made from boiling rabbit skin down and scraping the kind of the fats and gelatin out. And then eventually you started using what's called gesso. So gesso is basically just like plaster and paint, similar to like what you might do if you're plastering the walls of your house, right? So that's going to help stabilize the surface, and you can use it to also like later sand down and get a smoother surface. So I just want to make it as clear as possible that there is an infinite number of ways to make a painting, and there's no right way. And I hope over the years I've been doing this that it becomes clear to people that I'm not trying to push one particular way upon people. I encourage each person to find their own way, but I think I really like this way. But there's certainly lots of people that have been following the channel for years since we began that don't do this, and it doesn't offend me. I don't have any issues with it whatsoever. There's lots of I teach down here in Vancouver at a university called Emily Carr University of Art, and we show students how to do similar things like this. And some of them do it all the time. They love it. Some of them are just like, "What are you talking about, old man? I'm never going to do that. That's a needless waste of time." And I see other people on the internet who don't do it, so I'm not going to like. So it's like, sure, that's totally cool. Whatever you want to do, as long as it brings you joy and happiness, and if doing it brings you happiness, great. If not doing it brings you joy and happiness, great. I just want everybody on our planet to be happy, right? And to stop fighting with one another and arguing and going to war. And I think if more people were making paintings, there would be less of that. There's my long detour. Okay, so I'm just gonna blow dry this really quickly so that I can move on. interesting, I was noticing while I was blow drying this that it seemed to be taking a little bit longer to dry than normal. And it just occurred to me, well, I'd be very, very safe in assuming that has to do with the gesso that I applied on here hours ago also not being 100% cured. So, you know, it's like painting a wet paint onto a surface that's also itself not fully dry, meaning that I'm just sort of adding more water into where there's already water trying to evaporate. So, and that probably also explains why there was a little bit of smudging of my graphite, because it would be like drawing on a wet piece of paper versus a dry piece of paper. If the paper's a little bit damp, then that pencil is going to maybe smudge a little bit. Interesting. Okay, well, let's cross our fingers and hope that that's the extent of the I wouldn't even say it's an issue, but the extent of the, I don't know, the extent of the things that are arising from gessoing so right before actually painting on the surface. You never know. All of this is chemistry, right? And I went to art school for art, not for chemistry. So while chemistry is fascinating, it is not my specialty. So oh man, I just look at this and think like, man, I cannot wait for this thing to be done. It's always so magical for me to when I see these paintings after they're done, it's like, wow, that's so cool. And to think it just came from a blank canvas, and then, you know, hours down the line, one of my favorite images of all time is there in front of me. I can hold it in my hand. Boggles the mind. Again, I am, I think 70% of my body is comprised of Dayquil right now, so that might explain some of the, yeah. So if you're wondering why my mind is a little bit cloudy and why I might be a little bit delirious, that might be why. Let's take a few moments here to talk now about the life and times of Paolo Uccello. And I think it's fascinating. He was a fascinating figure, although not that much is actually known about him. So, let's jump in here. So Paolo Uccello was born in 1390. Sorry. So Paolo Uccello was born in 1397 in Prato Vecchio, which is very near Florence here, and passes away somewhere between 77, 78 years later in 1475 in Florence. So he spends the majority of his life in and around Florence, although he did do a bunch of traveling in his younger years. So let's just take a look at the map here. If we zoom into, oh, come on, get out of the way. Trying to sell me hotels and stuff. I don't want a hotel. The Piazza Paolo Uccello. In fact, what does that look like? Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? There's a little fountain there. Ooh, that looks beautiful. What a nice place to have a coffee, hey? Oh my goodness. I love these little towns in Europe. Little towns in Europe are so much more special than little towns in North America. Sorry, I tried to mute that, but not that I have anything against little towns here in Canada, but oops, what's going on? I mean, this is like Prato Vecchio is probably, I don't know, maybe a couple thousand people live in this community. Anyway, let's get back here. I'm not exactly sure where Paolo Uccello was born in this community, but if we keep zooming out, you'll see that here's Florence, Italy. At this time in the late 1300s was like the place to be. It would have been like the Paris of the 1920s. It would have been the New York of the 50s and 60s. If you were an artist, you would want to be in Florence. And so he's born very near Florence. He travels up here to Venice, Padua, Milan, Genoa, all these kind of places up in northern Italy. He also later goes down to Rome with his friend Donatello, we'll get to here in a moment, but really spends the vast majority of his life back in Florence. Oh, there's Pascaline says, quick hello between my dreams. Awesome. Yes. Well, I'll try to help you get back to sleep with my my delirious voice and mind. Okay, so I'll just, for anybody who also was like, where's Italy on the world? Let's just zoom out. All right, so... Okay, so Paolo Uccello is born in this small community. His father was a barber surgeon, and which is just kind of funny to me to think that there was a time where you could go and get maybe a haircut and maybe a little bit of bloodletting, maybe an amputation, or you know, just a couple pints of blood removed when you had a cold. Because if I was, you know, 500 years ago, I might go to a barber, and they would take a couple of, you know, a gallon of blood out of my body to release the humors out of it, and because that was their way of relieving a cold, right? So his father was a barber slash surgeon, and his mother was from a relatively well respected family in Florence. So, and I think, you know, as much as, you know, hairdressers, barbers, I think everybody gets their hair cut, most people today. And then, like now, that there's you know, they have a certain kind of place of distinction within a society, and particularly back then, where anyone who's going to be doing anything with a knife on the body is highly respected, right? So he's he comes from this is kind of a time before there was such a thing as a middle class, but I think we could sort of consider him to be from relatively humble beginnings, but in a family that is probably well connected. You know, some of the local respected folk in around Florence would have been regular customers of Paolo Uccello's father. So around the age of about 14, 15, 13-ish or so, he becomes an apprentice to the great sculptor Lorenzo Ghiberti. Ghiberti himself was one of the great early Renaissance sculptors, and was like, so okay, and so again, Ghiberti. In fact, let's just see if we could find a little bit of information about Ghiberti. I don't want to get derailed here, but Ghiberti is really helps bring kind of some realism into sculpture, and less kind of stiff, awkward kind of images that we see in the past. And it's this commission for the doors of the baptistry in Florence that really it's his masterpiece. And it's also an image or an artwork that Paolo Uccello was an assistant on. What exactly Paolo Uccello did on these doors is uncertain, but these super detailed image or like low relief sculptures, bas relief as it would be called. Not exactly, these are what the story that's being illustrated, but one can assume it's a biblical story, of course, right? Being in a baptistry. But let's see, is there... Well, let's just move on, because I don't want to get sucked into talking about somebody else's work. But it's on this particular project where he's an assistant of Ghiberti that he meets the guy that becomes his best friend really throughout the rest of his life, which is Donatello. Donatello, we've done a painting of one of Donatello's sculptures. Donatello was probably after Ghiberti the most famous early Renaissance sculptor, and really until Michelangelo probably the most famous sculptor around. So it's really interesting that you have these two young guys working in the studio of the greatest sculptor of his time, of his generation. One of those artists, Donatello, goes on to become the next greatest sculptor of his generation, of Uccello's generation, and Uccello goes on to become arguably the greatest painter of that same generation. And so I just think that those things are really cool and fun to think of, like, wow, these are two of like the greats, you know, of their time, their best buds, and they later go, or we believe they went on trips together, they hung out, and the kind of conversations that they would have had in trying to kind of bring in a new the ideas that are starting to kind of flourish in Florence of the Renaissance, right? The Renaissance literally means the rebirth, right? The rebirth often of classical ideas. So we are coming off of like hundreds and hundreds of years of the so-called Middle Ages, a time of quite conservative art. Middle age art tends to kind of get a bad rap, but it tends to be relatively flat, icon painting, and it was also a deliberate move away from the classical art of the Greeks and Romans, whose work by kind of early Christian scholars was seen as sort of very well, I mean, obviously it's art that is non-Christian, right? Classical art features Greek and Roman gods, right? So if you're a Christian artist, that would be heretical to make a painting or sculpture of a Greek or Roman god, right? We're trying to illustrate the Bible. But all that Greek and Roman art was also seen as sort of needlessly showy and dramatic, overly theatrical. So medieval art tends to be way more conservative and pious and quiet, even though often they're gilding it with gold and gold leaf under the surface of some of the paint. It's still like less showy. And so the Renaissance is this rebirth, a return to classical art, and so re-embracing some of the approaches that the artists from 1,000 years before had used, and also kind of a flourishing of more liberal ideas as well. So, the Renaissance, you also have thinkers like Machiavelli, the political writer, who again also has a pretty bad name these days, because Machiavelli is seen as sort of, just the idea of a Machiavellian kind of person behind the scenes, kind of manipulating the wheels of justice and politics. But he was also, a very important thinker of his time. Another important person, a thinker and scientist, would be Galileo, who really made huge strides in describing Earth's place within the greater universe. Right, so you have this kind of more like people, I mean ultimately people who are questioning the authority of the church. So the church had a kind of an interesting relationship to what was going on during the Renaissance, because there was lots of great artwork coming out of it, but they were also kind of like, we like this, but we don't want it to go too far, and people then to kind of question what we're doing. It's no surprise that the Protestant Revolution happens in and around this whole time. Yeah, so anyway, I think it's fascinating that you have Donatello and Paolo Uccello best buds at this time, because sculpture remained relatively consistent throughout the centuries. During the early Renaissance, things start to become a little bit more lively, a little, again, more theatrical kind of poses, more experimental, so as opposed to just figures standing very stoic and still and very rigid types of poses during the early Renaissance. And we even see this with Donatello's own work, and we talked about that when I did the Donatello episode, where he did two versions of David. His first one is pretty stiff and looks very similar to everything else being made at the time, and the later David, the one that was the subject of the painting that we did, is much more lifelike, more he seems like he could just step right off the plinth into our world. And so you think about, like, that's Donatello, that's his approach, and his friend Paolo Uccello, who is thinking, like, how do we get what you're doing with marble and clay? How do I get that into a painting? How do we make a painting that's more lifelike, that has more energy and vitality to it, that isn't as stiff as the paintings that I see everywhere when I walk around Florence? And so that becomes really important, because very soon Paolo Uccello becomes obsessed with a new concept called perspective. So maybe let's just take a look at some, like, if we look at early works by Paolo Uccello, they look very similar to a lot of the stuff that was being made at the time. Like, he's a young man and he's sort of just being asked to do these fairly standard kind of religious commissions. So let's see, one of the early Paolo Uccello paintings is the Annunciation. Oh, hi, Ravi. Nice to see you there in the chat. So here we have the Annunciation, which is very typical of a lot of similar paintings of this period. But the one thing we even see here at this time, and so Uccello would have been in his late 20s when he did this painting, right? 25, yeah, so he's like 27 years old, I think, when he did this. It's also interesting that Uccello, apprentices with a sculptor and yet becomes a painter. So I'm not exactly sure why that happened, why he wasn't apprenticing with a painter at that time, but he grew very quickly. So it's possible. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to speculate, but I have no idea why. But here, we see typical kinds of work at this time. But the main kind of difference here is the perspective that Uccello has used to do this building here. So that's an early use of perspective here. And then also the way that he's painted these figures up in the sky, who are also starting to incorporate a little bit of perspective, that the person in the front is a little bit bigger than the person in the third row in behind, right? And while it might not be necessarily easy to see here, it's the beginning of a massive revolution in art. So while a lot of Uccello's work, when you talk about him being one of the greatest innovators in all of painting, and it's like, to our eyes today, it's like, really? I guess. But back in the day, people would have been like, whoa, that's... never seen anything like that. So I think we have to sort of try as much as possible to try to understand these artworks in a particular context. So the next sort of series, he does a lot of work. He's quite prolific, although a bunch of it has since been lost. But this next series of works here is the Creation and the Fall. Biblical story as well here, Adam and Eve. And unfortunately, this giant, well, it's not giant, this fresco was really damaged during the flood in 1966. There was a catastrophic flood in Florence that destroyed a lot of artwork, and so the bottom half, you see, of some of these artworks have been completely lost. The water submerged a lot of Florence for days. Hundreds of people lost their lives. Oh, is there only just those few photos? Okay. But so this is, again, work he's doing at in his mid-20s. Another kind of important work, so he will be doing this in his mid-30s now, is this portrait of John Hawkwood. And again, it doesn't seem all of that, particularly special or unique. Come on. But what he's done, it's this painting, kind of a fresco of a man, an equestrian statue, but it's also intended to be seen from below. So what he's done is he's kind of got this illusionistic perspective where we see the plinth that the statue's on, and the perspective, so it makes it look like when we're standing looking at this painting that it's sort of lifelike, that it is also receding into space. So he's trying to kind of fake out the look of a sculpture. And again, while that might seem not particularly special today, this is hugely revolutionary. Artists back in the time would have just, painted, a horse on a plinth, but it would just look straight. Like, so from every angle, it looks like we're looking at it straight, no matter where we are. So for Uccello to make this painting of a sculpture that sort of looks like what that sculpture would look like if you're standing below looking up at it, is like, that's huge, right? I'm sure when people saw that, they're like, whoa, it's like a sculpture, but you've made a painting of the sculpture. And not only a painting of the sculpture, but a painting of what that sculpture would look like if it was seen from the same place that I'm standing here looking at the painting. Right? It's hard to... So this kind of illusionism is quite radical, because even just thinking of that word, illusionism, right? This idea that you're tricking the viewer into believing or seeing something that's not really there. And we're emerging from this time of hyper-conservative Christian religion. And so it's a slippery slope between making something that appears lifelike, and that's great. It can help convey these stories to the masses who come every week to church. But it's a slippery slope between that and creating kind of like this false idol kind of thing, where you make something that might be too realistic, and then people start kind of worshiping this fake image as opposed to just an illustration. Right? So these are things that the church starts to kind of be kind of wary of. It's like, okay, we're okay going a certain way down the road here, but be careful how far you're pushing these concepts here, because this is an age, like Galileo himself proposes that the Earth is not at the center of the solar system, and he goes on trial for it and basically has to recount those theories because it suggests that Earth and God are not the center of the universe, and that's big no-no. So let's now take a look. This is probably, arguably, Paolo Uccello's most famous work here, which is a series of 3 paintings known as the Battle of San Romano. And this one here, this is also at the National Gallery in London. This, the centerpiece, or what's believed maybe to be the center, is in the Uffizi, and also in Florence. And the third painting is in the Louvre. And they kind of show different times of day. The first panel being kind of the morning or early day. The second painting in the Uffizi being kind of the afternoon, and the third one being the evening or night. And also kind of showing the different aspects of this particular kind of battle. I think it's important to kind of recognize that, we talk of Italy like today as like a country that exists. Back in the time of Paolo Uccello, there was no such thing. There were all of these much smaller city-states. So each city had like a big castle and kind of a king that lorded over the local like area, the people within the walls and outside the walls. And it was quite common for different cities to be at war with one another, which makes it all the more remarkable that artists might move from one town to another and get commissions in those different towns, because it's entirely possible that you go from one town to another, and then while you're there working, you find out that where you're from is now at war with where you are, right? So it's an interesting time for sure. Those things still happen today, where an artist might be working in one place and conflict ensues. But this this kind of thing happened more frequently back in the day. So these paintings, again, they're not particularly impressive on the screen, and I would even say they're not even super impressive necessarily in person, unless you know what you're looking at. And I almost say that about almost all of Paolo Uccello's work, which I know sounds a little bit heretical, but I mean that almost in the best way possible, that his work, maybe to an outside viewer, seems maybe a little bit forgettable, maybe a little bit, it just looks similar to a lot of the stuff going on at the time. But, let's say with the Battle of San Romano here, a few reasons why it's so important is, first of all, the amount of stuff going on in these paintings. You have layer after layer after layer after layer after layer of people sandwiched into these paintings. So there's a tremendous amount of complexity, almost to the point where they become kind of like a big mush. Now, part of the problem is that some of the colors that Paolo Uccello used back in the day have faded terribly, particularly some of the reds and greens. I was watching a documentary last week about this, and they're sort of showing kind of a digital restoration of what this painting would look like today, and it still looks similar, but because there's many different colors on the armor of these knights here, they become much more distinct. They don't just look like this blob of gray that you see on the screen right now. So right now there's maybe a dozen knights in shining armor kind of layered in here, and we look at it now and it's like, I don't have no idea what I'm looking at. But if we were back 500 years ago looking at this, we'd be like, whoa, look at all of that detailed work. Oh my goodness, it's incredible. So it's really unfortunate that this painting has faded as much as it has. I saw another on YouTube, the National Gallery in London was doing a restoration of the previous painting here, and it it's an interesting problem for the restorers, because it's like, how much do we restore? Do we fix those colors that aren't there? And of course they've decided really just to kind of just fix, or like bring it back to kind of where it is now, and any kind of big missing chunks, but they're not trying to make it look exactly the way it was as it was originally, which I understand. And I guess at the time I was like, you better not paint it back like the way it was. And then as I look at it now, I'm like, but then most people can't really appreciate it because of how much it's changed. I don't know. These are things that curators or restorers debate on and on and on. So just the layering, the complexity of this is, again, almost too much. It looks a lot like a low relief sculpture, a bas relief, which a low relief is like a sculpture that is like the doors that Ghiberti did, right? So a sculpture that it's not flat, but it doesn't have a lot of depth. Like, it might only have an inch or two, like 3 centimeters wide from the back of the sculpture to the elements that emerge most from that surface. So in a way, his paintings are kind of like a low relief sculpture. And it's interesting because, his best friend is Donatello, and Donatello's early work was a lot of these low relief sculptures. And again, his teacher, his mentor, the guy that both Donatello and Uccello worked for, was Ghiberti, whose most famous work are the doors of the baptistry in Florence that are low relief sculptures. So, it's kind of fascinating that he takes those concepts from sculpture and brings them into his paintings. So, I mean, I love these paintings, but I can totally see why I'm sure some people looking at it are like, yeah, interesting, Michael. I never really, I don't know if I agree that they're that great. So another painting that he did, often considered to be the last painting he did, is The Hunt, or The Hunt in the Forest. And so he makes this painting like about 1470, very similar to the time of the painting we're going to talk about here. But so it's this kind of these foxes chasing after, or these dogs, chasing after a fox or deer, in the forest here, and all these hunters chasing after them. So once again, it might not appear to be a big deal, but you've got these dogs and these deer receding back into the background, and they get smaller and smaller, and the trees themselves get smaller and smaller. And while that might not, be too impressive for us today, this is him applying everything he knows about perspective to a natural environment. Often we think of geometric perspective as being used primarily in illustrations of architecture to create these vanishing points where, all of the diagonals appear to recede towards a vanishing point. But we often neglect to think about those same sort of things happen in natural environments like trees, etc. So this is quite a masterful artwork that this great artist did right at the end of his life, applying everything he knew towards an image that maybe at first doesn't lend itself very well to perspective. But it's all there, it's all happening here. We have all these figures. There's a lot of depth in this image. And for its time was groundbreaking. Like this painting here, The Hunt, would have been, this would have been the Jurassic Park movie of its time. The kind where people are like, whoa, how do you do that? How did he do this? It's just amazing. I never thought this was possible. So, So before I move on, I want to talk about today's painting and its significance here. So, maybe just prior to painting that, he painted today's painting, St. George and the Dragon. But this isn't the first version of the painting that Paolo Uccello did. So earlier on, much earlier on in his life, about 40 years before he made the painting we're going to look at today, he made another version of it. This is at the National Gallery of Victoria in Melbourne, Australia. And we'll look at this one here in a moment. And then a few years after that, he painted this other version, which is at the Musée Jacquemart-André, which is in Paris. So let's take a look at these images. So here's the first version of St. George and the Dragon, done by Paolo Uccello. This one is also a little bit strange, like trying to kind of, I've looked at this a little while, trying to figure out exactly what we're looking at. Like, I'm assuming that's the head of the dragon here. There's the mouth and teeth, its snout of some kind. And here's St. George wrestling with this dragon. You know, it appears to really have lost, again, some of those pigments have definitely faded. and so it's a little bit obscure what's happening here. You have the princess that that St. George is here to rescue, and St. George's horse, and then you have the castle in behind. The castle to which the princess is her castle. Her father was the king, according to this whole myth. I mean, it's up to you to believe whether or not this actually occurred. And I'm not exactly, I apologize, I haven't done research on this particular version, so I'm not sure who this is, if this is God or this is the king overseeing this whole situation. We'll talk here in a moment about like what the story behind this is, but I just wanted you to see these two versions. So this is the second version of St. George and the Dragon. There's the dragon, which looks more like a snake in a way. Like, there's St. George on his horse, and the princess in behind. I mean, it is a nice painting. The one thing is that the dragon itself doesn't seem all that imposing, right? It seems, in both cases, that the dragon feels kind of like human size. Well, often we see dragons depicted in contemporary pop culture. Dragons are these giant, like, you know, the wings themselves are the length of a city bus, and they dwarf people, and people ride on their backs, and they fly around. And but you can see in this depiction here by Paolo Uccello, or all three of them really, the dragon, like in the first one here, you can see that he's wrestling with it. He's basically the same height as the dragon when the dragon stands on its hind legs. Right? And that brings us to today's painting, where once again the dragon is, you know, maybe this is probably the largest version of the dragon as he depicted it, but it's still not huge. I mean, it's now about the same size as St. George while he's on his horse. But it's also interesting that you have here the princess has the dragon by on a leash here. So essentially, the story of St. George and the Dragon is kind of goes. Let's bring up. So St. George is known as a Christian martyr, and obviously becomes a saint because he was a soldier that was he was a Christian soldier who was eventually enlisted by one of the Roman emperors, the Roman Emperor Diocletian. But the Roman Emperor, this is before, or this particular Roman Emperor was not a, did not subscribe to Christianity, and basically threatened anybody who believed in Christianity, in Christ, with death. And St. George, even though he was one of the emperor's, like, you know, greatest soldiers and kind of essentially kind of like part of his guard, refused to abandon his faith, and the emperor put him to death and had him executed, cut his head off. So St. George is seen as a hero, as a martyr to Christians, because he would rather die than to abandon his religious beliefs. So the whole story of him and the dragon. So also St. George, you know, he's born in what is now Turkey, lives most of his life in Turkey, and the story of St. George and the dragon, I've heard, takes place in like maybe contemporary Syria or Libya. So not all of this is under speculation as to exactly what all of this is all about. Obviously, the question is, did people back in this time actually believe in dragons, that there were dragons running around, and that St. George killed a dragon? Oh my goodness, did I just... and it's possible that some people actually believed in a dragon like this. Dragons are quite important heraldic icons, images in kind of the medieval Middle Age period. They feature a lot on like crests and shields, so they're kind of seen as this animal that is both kind of threatening to people, but also can be a protector. It's seen as an image of power, and I also fell down a bit of an internet rabbit hole while researching this here, where there is because the question is like, why is so many of the, in fact, let's kind of go back here. Let's see if they show this. Like, this story of St. George and the Dragon is kind of replicated everywhere. It's like a really important myth in, and one of the more wilder speculations that I've seen about this whole story. Wow, there's a lot of images. Actually, let's go through all these here. So you see here, these are not just St. George and the Dragon, but St. George and the Princess. Wow, that is beautiful. I like that a lot. Wow, there's a lot of images here of St. George and the Dragon. You can see this is a very, very popular image throughout antiquity. Whoa, that's wild. You'll notice that the cross on St. George's shield here eventually becomes literally the flag of England itself, right? So you can see how powerful this image becomes and how symbolic it is to the people of England. But obviously you can see there's some of these images are from all over Europe. Wow, my goodness, this is a wood carving of that dragon, being amazing. I'm just going to go through these kind of quickly. Obviously, if you want, you can surf the internet and find more of these images. Wow. A hood ornament. That would be cool. I wonder how long it would take before someone would steal that hood ornament. Right, so this is in Moscow. And so here's the coat of arms of Russia. Right in the middle, you have St. George and the Dragon. Right, coat of arms of Kiev in Ukraine, the capital of Ukraine. In Georgia, not the state, but the country. Here's in Greece, the standard Ethiopia, Imperial Standard there. Malta, their flag. So, essentially, let's... So if you really want to fall down a rabbit hole about St. George and the Dragon, you will find yourself quickly learning about a potential mythical empire called Tartaria that is seen on maps of like the Middle Age period. And this idea is that there was at one point a gigantic empire known as Tartaria, who might also have had some incredible advanced technology that we don't know about, that the Tartarians, whose descendants would be like the Crimean Tatars in Ukraine, that this advanced civilization had expanded across the world and had colonized North America, that their original buildings are underneath the buildings in New York City and Philadelphia, in London and Paris, and that their kind of primary symbol was the dragon, right? That they and I've seen some people saying that King Solomon was the first king of Tartaria. I've read elsewhere that it's Genghis Khan was the Tartarian emperor. So these stories vary quite wildly, but that essentially that this kingdom was eventually crushed by kind of all, like, it was sort of like a world war that has been erased from history. Tartaria was defeated, and subsequent generations have done everything possible to erase Tartaria from the history books. And therefore, that's why all of these coats of arms from across Europe use the image of St. George slaying the dragon, because it's essentially a symbol of in one sense, it's a symbol of religion, Christianity, defeating this kind of blasphemous demon dragon from antiquity, from a non-religious or non-Christian faith. And so it's a symbol of Christianity overcoming different faiths, non-Christian faiths, but also the symbol of kind of these other cultures defeating and destroying Tartaria. And that there's, again, if you want to fall down that rabbit hole, you'll Google Tartaria, and you'll see that the belief is that the myth of St. George and the Dragon is a bit of a clue, not in disguise, but for everyone to see, of the defeat and destruction of the Tartarian Empire. So very very fascinating, these ideas. But let's maybe just kind of go back here. Let's look at this first image here. This is the original image that Paolo Uccello did of St. George slaying the dragon. I mean, it's interesting, this vertical composition. But you can see so much of the image is dominated really by the top half of the architecture here, and versus the actual battle between St. George and the dragon. This next version that Uccello did is more dramatic. We see the dragon kind of charging forward, and St. George killing it here, while the princess claps excitedly for St. George to defeat the dragon. And then the last one I think is interesting, because it gives another little twist to it. The princess has the dragon by the leash, and St. George is killing it. And another kind of spin on this whole story is that not so that Saint George defeats the dragon, and then uses the what do you call that? The corset, the princess's corset, because the dragon, of course, is in this cave, and the princess has been dragged to the cave by the dragon, and St. George defeats, or at least kind of like stabs the dragon, and then the princess takes her corset off and uses that to restrain the dragon. They take the dragon back to the castle, and St. George says, I will slay this dragon before you all on one condition, that all of you convert to Christianity. And so the people are like, do we? Because otherwise St. George is going to release the dragon back, who will once again terrorize the people. So the people say, of course, anything you say, St. George, we'll slay the dragon, we'll convert to Christianity. And of course he does. And so this scene we see here is kind of maybe an amalgamation of a few of different moments of maybe that particular legend, where the princess now has the dragon by the leash, and maybe this is where St. George is about to slay it. Although why is this not taking place in the center of the city? It's not quite clear. Obviously, this idea of the corset, there's sexual connotations there of her taking her corset off and giving it to St. George. So she's kind of unburdening herself of some of her clothing for the heroic knight. Very interesting story here, and beautiful painting, and I'm really excited to work on this. So I think that's what we should do next. And maybe just lastly, just to wrap up, we don't really know too much. Everything we know about Paolo Uccello was really mostly written by Giorgio Vasari. Vasari was an artist himself, but really became famous for writing a series of biographies of the artists of his time, the lives of artists. And he wrote about Paolo Uccello 75 years after Uccello died. And so what we know of Uccello is what Vasari heard about Uccello 75 years after he died. So you could just imagine anybody writing a book about somebody else of which there's very little information. Most of the people who were alive during that time have since passed away. So we can only we hope that Vasari got the basics of Uccello's story correct, but we will never really obviously know for sure. One of the things that Vasari kind of harps, because actually I read the text of Vasari's biography of Uccello. It's interesting because Vasari kind of goes on and on and on about how obsessed Uccello was with perspective, and how if he wasn't so obsessed with perspective, he might have done better paintings and become more well known. But all he would do is he would stay up late at night doing these drawings, of which this is one of them. Most of them have since been lost. But this is a drawing by Paolo Uccello of this, like some sort of like chalice, or I think, or some sort of, it's a vase, yeah, vase in perspective, which is incredible, right? Like, this would be very hard for my students at Emily Carr. I've taught a perspective course It'd be very hard for my students to do this drawing, and this, but yet this was done 600 years ago without an iPad, without, you know, any of the tools we have today, and it's essentially what it looks like is like a wireframe for an animation. And so looking at that, thinking this guy did this in the 1450-ish, 1460s, this kind of blows my mind how complex and intricate this image is. It looks like it was done on a computer, right? So it's just, yeah. And there's a couple other ones that exist out there. Let's see, kind of like you see the base of it here. But as I said, so okay, here, this is kind of cool. Somebody did a kind of a rendering of what this would look like. Won't let me zoom anymore. But that's super wild. That's crazy to think this guy did this so long ago. Where is, I had a really, there's a funny quote. He talks about like Uccello would be at his drawing table late at night, and his wife is like, "Paolo, come to bed. It's like it's the middle of the night. Come on." And Uccello is famously or quoted as saying, "Oh, what a lovely thing this perspective is." And that he's just so obsessed with perspective that even his wife calling him to go to bed couldn't separate him from his drawing table. Again, this is according to Vasari. It's been probably entirely apocryphal, might not have actually ever happened, but I just think it's very funny that, again, Vasari kind of, that's the, he repeats it over and over and over, how obsessed Uccello was. Maybe there were hundreds and hundreds of drawings and sketchbooks that Uccello filled up trying to wrap his head around perspective. And none of them have survived that we know of, at least. But yeah, I don't know. It was just sort of one of those things. As I was reading it, I was thinking, you know, to me it sounds more just like this is something that this guy heard, and there's not a lot of other information, and so he's just he's really making it a bigger deal than maybe it actually was. Having said that, I will say, though, that Uccello, after he died, left no followers. Paolo Uccello didn't have a school of artists that he established. So after he died, he was kind of, he influenced the next generation artists like Leonardo and Michelangelo, etc. But it wasn't like he had, you know, followers who were crediting Uccello with as their kind of primary source. And it's really not until Uccello kind of almost like basically with photography comes back into focus as an artist who really kind of prefigured the like realism in art, who was way ahead of his time, as people look back and be like, wow, this guy was like on the forefront of this new technology, that being perspective, and whatever happened to him. And so does it say anything here about his influence? But a lot of people like Picasso and Braque, upon developing Cubism, credited Uccello as sort of like their, you know, the guy that really helped to blow open the doors about not just for questioning how images could be created, questioning illusionistic space. Because not only did Paolo Uccello kind of help popularize like 1-point perspective. But many of Paolo Uccello's work, you have 3, 4, 5 vanishing points. And cubism is sort of about an infinite number of vanishing points, where you have all of these different planes colliding with one another, and that gives us that hyper complex abstraction. And so the cube is really credited Uccello as kind of their grandfather. Okay, I think I've been talking here for an hour and a half, so let's get to painting. Oh, and if I recall, Anton Artaud wrote a story, I think, kind of, again, popularizing Uccello, kind of really talking about Paolo Uccello as kind of like the punk rocker, the great rebel of the Renaissance. Okay, so yeah, way more talking than I wanted to do. So 6 o'clock. And here I am losing my voice, and I made I was thinking to myself when I was getting ready for today's episode, you know what? Let's try to keep the biography to like maybe 10-15 minutes so that I can focus on the painting. And I've done the opposite. I've just done the... Oh, is the music not playing? The music says it's still playing. We need your old music back, Lisa says. It was very relaxing. It should still be there, that same music that I've had for 4 years. It might just be that particular song or whatever it's playing. I can't hear it right now because it's... Otherwise you'd have this terrible echo, but eventually you'll hear maybe something that sounds familiar. Okay, so let's now talk about doing some underpainting here. And there's lots of different ways we could do this, but maybe to start, I'm going to get some colors on my palette here. I want to just start using these tubes. Yellow, okay. Michael. This is what happens when you're not at your perfect height of health here, as your brain gets a little bit foggy. And I'm when I say you, I'm talking about you guys, not me. I'm clearly I am firing on all cylinders here. Ugh. Let's try to keep this mess together, Michael. I don't know why I've decided I'm going to do this right now. It must be in my mind, how long can I procrastinate until I actually start working on today's painting? If I talk long enough, I might be able to just avoid this painting altogether. Misha says, this is a great introduction to the artist and painting. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Michael. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. That's a very lovely comment. Okay. I do have all brand new tubes of paint right over here, but in my infinite wisdom or lack thereof, I've decided this is more important way to spend my time today. What else am I missing here? Well, this is good because I have literally boxes full of these almost empty tubes of paint where I'm like, okay, one day I'm going to go through these and I'm going to scrape up all the extra paint. And then they end up just sitting in that box, and then when I eventually do try to open them up, all the paint inside is dried up because eventually there's very little paint left. So it makes me feel, the frugal part of me feels very satisfied that I'm finally taking care of business. Barbara says, I miss all the shelves you used to have in your old studio. The photo of Spock, wet paint ribbon, flags, and all that. Me too. Eventually, I'm going to build out more stuff around here, and it won't be so plain, the background. But I've been building shelves elsewhere in the house here, and none of it you can see on camera, and so this is unfortunately the lowest priority space, but I did go get all of the wood to do it. I kind of want, there's a little bit of a wall space right here where I want to build some shelves where I can put some things like art supplies up there, and maybe like the last week's painting, etc. And then when it's actually nice outside, I want to be able to open up the patio here and have like sunlight coming in from behind. So there are plans. And as much as I would like to, there's a part of me that's like, well, you know what, we can't start filming anything until we get everything all set up. Let's make it all really nice. Let's not waste an episode like on Paolo, Uccello, one of my favorites, with a studio that's unfinished. And then I say to myself, Michael, it could be a while before, it could be another 2 months, 3 months before you get it all together to get that done. Let's just start filming things, and maybe the fact that you are filming things is going to light a bit of a fire in you to get things done. So there's lots of personality on those shelves. And Misha says the other studio seemed cozier. Interesting. Probably all those little knickknacks and everything, yeah, it might make it feel a little more cozier. I will say though that the other studio was much bigger and colder, and like it was in my basement, so it was like a raw concrete floor, whereas this, I'm standing on a nice hardwood floor. I've got a little carpet under. I'm standing in my socks rather than shoes, and so this place is actually much cozier now, but it doesn't look that way on camera, unfortunately. So that's the priority, is making this, the actual cozier place, look cozier than the previous place that wasn't cozy but looked cozy. Barbara says, we should have a competition to see who can remember the most things on the shelves. That's pretty funny. That would be funny because I myself would probably not. I'd probably finish towards the bottom of the list of people who remember what's on those shelves, because often it was what was in behind me. I miss the mouse. Oh my goodness. Ugh, the mouse. That little mouse. Ugh. Well, let's just hope that mouse hasn't come with me. The mouse. Okay, you guys. So, let's see here. The mouse. Let's zoom in a bit. I really don't want to spend too much time on this step, but I also, it's kind of important. So if I'm gonna, so the purpose of doing this underdrawing here is just to kind of help cement a few details so that later on I might be able to see these details through other layers of paint. These little fingers, oh my goodness, why am I doing this to myself? So again, I'm not going to draw all of this out. I just want to preserve some of these details to make my life a little bit easier later on. So I mixed my own black. I wasn't too concerned about how close it was going to be to actual black. I think I've done a pretty good job of it, but some of these things like this spiraling tail, I feel like this is going to cause me some issues. have to say also, I'm not the biggest fan of the way this dragon is drawn. Or painted. Oddly enough. Like, I feel like this is still in a period of time where they're trying to work out what does a dragon actually look like. And it doesn't kind of have the same oomph that our contemporary depictions of dragons have. When I was flipping through all those images, other versions of this story, this myth, you'll notice how often some of those dragons appear to be actually really small. Excuse me. They appear like almost like large dogs, as opposed to these really fearsome giant creatures that dwarf humans, and like this is before guns and stuff, so even a big nasty dog could be pretty terrifying. But the idea that it would have a whole town bent to its mercy is dubious, right? Okay. Yes, another thing I gotta do. Well, today my plan was I was going to. Mondays are my day off. I was gonna get up and do a bunch of construction on the studio here. Finally, take care of the swaying of the studio. You can see how it moves around, and I decided just to go back to bed and try to catch up on some sleep to try to get a little bit better. Oh, I just noticed I forgot his lance in here. Okay. So, I almost canceled today's episode, even like 10 minutes before I went live. I'm like, oh, is there anybody paying attention? Is there anybody who really is going to be disappointed if I don't do it today? Probably not. Maybe I'll just... And then I was thinking to myself, I'm probably just going to be laying in bed just feeling terrible, thinking about this. It would probably make me feel a lot better if I just get out of bed and start painting. Lisa, don't terrify me thinking that I got a little mouse hiding in a box somewhere here. There have been times where I've been alone here in the studio, and I do hear a little creak. I think, oh, please tell me that's not a mouse. Oh, my poor heart wouldn't be able to live with it. It's funny, the swaying of my desk there just makes me think of just by total randomness. I don't know why, but my YouTube feed is like clogged up with videos of boats crashing and, you know, people in speedboats going too fast and they flip over and everyone falls out into the off some beach in Miami or something. So I don't know if the algorithm says, "Well, we've been noticing your videos seem like they've been shot on a boat, so maybe you'd like more videos of boating, and very specifically boating accidents. Is that what you're after, Michael?" I'm like, no. Why are you sending me these videos? Which are obviously super compelling, because who doesn't find a boat sinking kind of perversely fascinating? Almost done this here. You know, I know all of this feels like super like overly time consuming, but I also always think of this as helpful. It's for me also about just getting more familiar with the image. The more that I do this kind of thing, the more I start to kind of understand the structure of the painting. So while I might want to kind of race through this particular step, same thing with the image transfer. For me, it's like an understudy immersing themselves in the lines, practicing and repeating them in order to kind of hopefully help to see kind of the hidden structure. Because there's always times that I regret after a painting where I notice, oh, how did I miss that leg? Or that leg looks so awkward. How come I didn't notice that it was bending in that way? So part of like doing this, you know, I did the original tracing and now the image transfer and then the underpainting. So essentially I've gone over this painting 3 times beyond just looking at it. And so my hope is, or at least what I tell myself, is that every time I'm doing that, I'm kind of learning a little bit more of this, and maybe even starting to kind of think of like, what is the most important, like what stuff can I toss to the side here that ultimately I'm just not going to be able to paint. Okay. Kathy says, I agree, Barbara. It was always interesting looking at the stuff in behind. Distracting to look behind? I can't say I would remember correctly, though fun. Paula, hi Paula. Paul says, thanks, Michael. You have been very helpful to us. A great time for us. Thanks a lot. Yeah, Barbara says, hi, Kathy. I hope you're enjoying Los Angeles. Yeah, what are you up to in Los Angeles, Kathy? So you're driving around on the freeway listening to the video. I mean, I hope somebody else is driving while you're... I guess you could be listening, but... Stuck in traffic on the... I wonder what freeway you would be on, like the 10? The Santa Monica Freeway? Or the 405? Oh my goodness, that's the worst one of all. The 405, that's like a parking lot. Okay. My favorite is the 110, the Pasadena Freeway, going the section of the 110 that goes north from downtown LA to Pasadena, where I lived so much of my time in Los Angeles. It's one of the oldest freeways, or highway, what do they call it? Is it considered a freeway? That goes, it's very serpentine road, very fun road to drive. Although some people hate it because it's so curvy. The 10 is just straight all the way down from downtown to the beach. Okay, that looks good. Let's move on. Now that we've got a few things established here, let's start putting in some colors, particularly in the background. And for this piece, I'm probably going to consider really the sky, obviously, and the trees, the clouds as part of the background. But even the mountain or the cave, I guess, as part of the background. And you know what? Even though the grass that technically is the thing closest to us, I think I would also consider that the background, just for the purpose of today's episode. Even though technically it's in the foreground, just so we can consider like the foreground figures, or the figures as our quote-unquote foreground. So let's take a look at the original image. Okay, one thing that's nice is you can see that this sky is clearly a blue sky. And what is going on with this? Look at this weird cloud. Like, what on earth? See, this is the kind of thing that lends people to come up with all sorts of weird theories, because what is this shape up here? This kind of spiral hurricane-like kind of form. You've got these trees there below, and then this dark, I think that's a cloud, right? Kind of, I think it's a cloud, not trees. So it's very odd, because the trees seem to kind of morph into clouds, which morph into this hurricane. This is a weird one, that's for sure. So anyway, let's I'm going to take some matte medium. And I'm just adding a little bit of matte medium into this color to make it a little bit more transparent. Oh, I'm needing white on here. So let's take a bit of blue, some white, and mix this together. Oops. Now that's a beautiful color, but you know, if we look at that, it doesn't look anything like our sky. So first of all, I think it needs to be darker to begin with. But the reason why I was suggesting, I think I might want to make it even more transparent, excuse me, is you can kind of see this greenish yellowing that's kind of happening in the sky. And so what I think we've got here is a little bit, it's that transparency happening. Now I'm going to put maybe a little bit of cool red, cool yellow, make a bit of a brown here. And bring this into the blue. There we go. So I'm kind of just muddying up this beautiful blue. Is that enough? I think it's going to go darker as well once we start painting this here. It's interesting because on camera, that still has a fairly nice blue color. In person, it actually kind of looks a little bit gray. Almost dangerously too gray. Okay, I'm going to bring this in over top of that sky there. Now I know this is all kind of grass and things back there, mountains, but it won't hurt to put that up there now. Okay, I like that. Again, as this dries, it's going to become a little more transparent again. The one thing we always have to remember is that color may or may not look right at the moment. But instead of spending too much time trying to get it right now, I'm going to move on and start putting some of the other elements in so that, in fact, I'm almost debating whether to go right up to the trees here. You know what, let's do that. Means I might lose a little bit of the placement of exactly where these clouds begin or where they are. But since these clouds are literally in the sky, it might be nice to have a bit of the sky coming in through the clouds. Yeah, because there's so much of that yellow still so pervasive around the rest of the canvas, I need to fill in more of this color as quickly as possible. So now let's mix a bit of a gray. Take my white and the black. Kant Za says hi. Hi, Kant Za. Is Kant Za, is that a reference to the philosopher Kant? Put a bit more yellow in here. Okay, so starting to kind of articulate this cave. Well, not really articulate it, just put a big placeholder in here. let's mix a green. We'll make a cool green. Just took a little bit of gray and put it in here. A bit more yellow. Now we paint this the deep background, the grass back here. And you know what, I'll build this little hill. Now I wonder what the significance of the patterning in the grass is supposed to be here. What was he thinking? Is there some hidden symbology in here? Because it's not just, I mean, like, it could be random, but it also seems like there's some kind of pattern here, don't you think? Like, you look at the grass, it's like obviously some sort of a garden. Maybe. I'm using a cool green right now. I'll be using a much warmer green over top. I don't usually want to be using cool green like this in the middle ground or foreground. But again, I'm just trying to get this painting, the colors filled in as quickly as possible. You can see here, though, there's perspective in all of this. These diagonals are receding towards a point back here. I'm just going to add a little bit of warm yellow into this green. I mean, you can't help but say, like, well, there's something. This gotta mean something, don't you think? This grass. Okay. And then what color is the ground? It's similar to the rocks, but let's try to give it a little bit of something a little different. So I'm going to take this gray that we mixed up before. Let's put a little bit of warm blue in here. Okay, we don't have to keep this here, but it might also just be helpful for us as we work on it to have something a little bit different to define it from the cave in behind. So you can see that this ground really couldn't be more quote-unquote wrong, right? At least on first glance. And I don't mind that one bit. So I can use this darker color if I want, or I can paint over it and lighten it up. It might seem like a big busy work doing this if I know I might change it. I certainly don't see it that way, though. Okay, that's great. So that makes me feel good that in just a few, maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, I'm able to kind of block in the majority of the colors in the sky and the ground. The fact that they're not really accurate at all is not personally a problem for me, but I know sometimes it causes people who just tune in for a moment to be like, what? What is he doing? Those colors are not the right colors. And then often I think people, if they do bother to check back in later, like, oh, that's interesting. It actually turned out okay after all. Well, that's strange. Because it's not important at all to get it right from the beginning, right? I just want to block things in. I am trying to use kind of my cool and warm colors to help create a little sense of depth, and then I can glaze over top of them and manipulate those colors. I'm just trying to kind of get things established, block in these big color shapes. Okay. Maybe I'm just going to quickly blow dry this. And then I think I'm going to... Maybe let's do the sky and the clouds next. Okay, so we look at these side by side. What should I do next? I might glaze a little bit of cool blue back into the sky here. So I'm going to use my satin or matte glazing fluid, same thing, and I put a substantial amount here. Get that on my brush. So probably on camera, the effect of that is almost nil, but that's okay. Basically what I've done is just added a little bit more saturated blue pigments into the sky. It's gonna make very little of a difference, but what it's gonna do is just give a little bit more intensity back there. That's important for just this little bit here, because then I'm also gonna go do the same thing with some cool yellow, maybe a slightly greenish color in a few places too. So I'm gonna blow dry that. So I'm going to do something similar here. Let's put a bunch more glazing fluid. So what we're doing is called glazing, right? So we're taking a little bit of yellow now. Just a little bit of a slightly greenish quality. Again, I don't know if any of that's going to show up on camera at all. But there's just this little bit of green in the sky. I'm going to leave that like that for right now. I think that partly that green could just be the varnish, the yellowing of the varnish over there. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that, and then we're going to put some clouds in. Waleed says, can you also review the old class pictures I drew? Yeah, for the drawing course, yeah, if you join the Facebook group and upload your drawings to the Facebook group, there'll be a new feedback episode coming soon. We just did one 2 weeks ago, so it won't be for about another month until mid-December. Probably, yeah. It might be around December 15th or so when I would do the next one. I know it's a little bit of a ways from now, but I'm a busy person, so. But if you can hold on till then, yeah, I'd love to see the work you've done on the. Again, so join the Facebook group. The link is down below for that. Okay, so let's put some clouds in. And I might use this same kind of greenish color for the clouds, at least to start, actually. So I'll put some white in here. So I put white and glazing fluid. I'm even going to take a bit more black. You can see I just painted a little bit on my thumb there, deliberately so. Okay, where should we start with these clouds? Again, it is so strange. Like, your guess as good as mine as to exactly what we see up here. This is going to get darker here. I don't know exactly what it is, but since I know I'm going to paint over it anyway, it's a good place to practice. And let's see, that vortex, if that's the tail, it looks like the center of this vortex would be right around here, right? Let's go across here. So I go from this peak straight up. You can see see. Okay, come on. Put some of these little happy clouds, as Bob Ross would like to say, right? Happy clouds. Look at these happy clouds. They're so happy. Happy clouds. Just softening the edge back there. Happy clouds. Happy clouds. Okay. So there's our first step. So I'm going to blow dry all of that so that we can do more on top of it. Okay, let's see, let's sort of billowing shapes here. Kind of looks like a giant tapeworm or something right now. Now I'm going to try not to spend too long on the sky here, but this is the kind of trick to kind of get what we're looking at is these kind of fluffy clouds. We would glaze this layer after layer after layer, and the more we do, the more lifelike it's going to be. Or the smoother the gradient, I would say, not necessarily more lifelike, because it's pretty fantastical to begin with, right? I might not completely finish this until much later, because I might decide to darken or put some more yellow in some of this too, so I might darken the whole sky a bit. We'll see, like right above there is the moon, right? So let's go a little bit darker now. In fact, let's take a little bit of my black. Mix that into my glazing fluid. Quite opaque, so maybe instead of a dark gray, I'm going to glaze with basically a black. Take a bit of this. Let's take a bit more black. I just blend that out with my finger. I could use a blending brush for all of this, of course, but right now I'm just doing the dirty work inside here, so I'm not too worried about perfection. So I sort of like pouncing it with my fingers. I'm just sort of taking the brush, the edge of the brush strokes away. Kind of stamping them out with my fingers. Just softening those marks. I'm almost tempted to just omit this big black shape back there. I wasn't planning on it. Do I want to do that? I guess it comes down to, like, what is this thing there? Is it important that I do it? And without it, will the painting make sense? I really don't know. I mean, is it just dark clouds that are getting caught into this big spiral, or is it supposed to be a tree, or I don't know about you, but it's not clear to me. I mean, it's really dark. I mean, it's basically pitch black back there. I don't know how far I want to go with that. Okay, should probably blow dry all of this here. Okay, let's do. Okay, I'm going to continue. I just don't know if I'm going to go quite as dark as he did here. And not because I think he made a mistake or anything. It's just because I can't quite figure out what's happening there. And if I don't really know what's going on back there, then it's hard for me to really paint it. And it can look kind of clumsy and strange if it's not done well. That's really irritating, that shaking camera, isn't it? Okay, I might leave the sky like that and just move on, and then see how it's working later on, and if it does need work, we can do that. So let's go to the trees and the horizon back here. Maybe let's start with the mountains in the far distance. So this is my sky color. I'm just going back in and mixing into it. Okay, let's mix a bit of a brown next. Let's take our cool yellow, cool red, cool blue. We'll make a brown, so that's a little bit on the bluish side. Let's take more cool red, more cool yellow. Okay, let's just mix it with some of this gray. So adding a bit more yellow and white for some highlights on here. It's interesting. What is those little white little fence? Or maybe that's supposed to be a castle on the hill back there? Let's darken in some of that mountain back there. Maybe go to the trees next. Okay, so the majority of the tree line here is going to be really dark. Oh, Lisa says those clouds look great. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate that. Very sweet of you. I appreciate that. Let's take the same color but make it brighter. Oops. Actually, you know what? I want to do that with a little bit of glazing fluid. So let's blow dry that first. So I put some glazing fluid in here with this green that I'm just using. This is going to allow me to blend a little bit of it out. It means it's going to be more transparent and have less of an immediate impact, but I have more control over it. So it might mean I might have to do several layers of this. To get the effects that I want. Notice how I didn't put any white in here? White would be a faster way to get some highlights on there, but it's also going to make the color more kind of pale, less saturated. I kind of want some of those a little bit brighter colors back there. So even though the yellow isn't as opaque as white, I'll get kind of a similar effect if I just have a little bit of patience. It's quite lovely. I don't know how well that comes across on camera, but just that kind of little bit of build-up of highlights in some of these darker areas. Just gives so much depth back there. That's cool. Now there are some trees. I guess let's make dark brown again. I'm just going to take some of this dark blue and bring it in here to make a dark brown. So these little kind of trees, the tree trunks here are going to get mostly disappeared. They're going to be almost invisible later on. But they're little things that, you know, if you look at it carefully enough, you'll see. And they are there. I remember when I was doing the drawing, I brightened that area up significantly to see if I could see any detail in that black area, and I did see them in here. So I'm going to take some more of this color I used to paint the darker parts of the trees with some glazing fluid here. So I'm going to blow dry that. Do that a little bit. Okay, I think that's good enough for right now. Let's move on to the cave here on the left. In fact, now that I've got the sky and clouds and the trees back there, quote unquote, well, I mean, I don't know if they're finished, but established pretty well. I can always darken them, add some highlights and things like that, but let's get more of the painting evolving here before we spend too much more time there. Let's work on the cave itself, and then maybe even some of the gardens down here on the bottom, the ground, etc. So let's take a look at this. Stephanie says, finally I can catch up and enjoy this lesson. Awesome. Are you painting along with me today, Stephanie? You certainly picked a complex one to join me with. I applaud your gusto here. And if you're working at the same pace as I am, that's a very, very good sign. Okay, so you know, it's interesting, the way that this cave is drawn, it reminds me a lot of Fra Angelico, who was a contemporary of Paolo Uccello. We did Notoli Mitange, is that how you say it? The Touch Me Not painting of Jesus rising from the dead, or from the cave, in which, after the resurrection of Jesus, essentially, when he comes out of the cave and he tells Mary not to touch him. But the mountain is painted, the cave, in the same similar way, with this, like, it looks so bizarre. Like, it doesn't look like rocks. It looks more like a theatrical set. And of course, a big part of that is because artists at this time are not going outside to paint. They're not painting from life. They're painting from their imaginations. And so this is sort of like what Paolo Uccello and Fra Angelico kind of remember what a cave looks like. So, and this is also in a time, this is before people would go on walks into the forest and up mountains. That kind of thing was asking for trouble. Like, you wouldn't just for fun go on a hike like people do today all the time. People always, here in Vancouver, half of the people I know, every weekend they go for a drive into the mountains and go for a hike, go camping. 500 years ago, the idea of going camping for fun was insane. Like, people just didn't do that. you would go out and you would only camp outside if you absolutely had to. Not only because of the weather, this is the kind of clothing people had. Once you got it wet, it was good luck, right? It's soaked all the way through. It could take weeks, not weeks, but some hot sun to dry it out. So you wouldn't deliberately go outside like that. Also, in the forests and in between these cities, there's thieves. All of these pathways are full of people who are just preying on caravans, stealing things from people, killing people, abducting them and forcing them into slavery. I mean, it's not a you don't deliberately go out of town. So it's not like Paolo Uccello would have been like, hey, let's go for a little horseback ride into the mountains so that I can draw some caves so that I can make a better picture of caves. Like, that would just not have happened at all. So it's just funny how things have changed, right? A big part of the reason why people start going out into the mountains and things doesn't happen for another like 300 years until the Romantics, the painters like Caspar David Friedrich, right? They and the search for the sublime, right? So that is not on the radar of painters back here in the early Renaissance. So it's not surprising that Uccello and other artists like him, like Fra Angelico, Masaccio, and even sculptors like Uccello's his mentor Ghiberti, he sculpted similar, because he did similar kinds of scenes. I don't think he did one of St. George and the Dragon, but Christ, the resurrection of Christ coming out of the cave, the tomb, and I feel like the images are very similar, the way that Ghiberti sculpted the cave. Anyway, let's get to painting this. So, what have we got? Let's compare these side by side just so we see the colors. Well, actually, remember when I first mixed this color, I was like, it's pretty well, it's way off, but it's okay. We just need a placeholder. And now that more of the painting starts to fill in, I realize, actually, I kind of was pretty close to where I wanted to be. And so that color, this is a gray that I added some cool yellow in, just to kind of give it a bit more of a little bit more of a yellowish gray. So I'm pretty happy keeping a lot of that there. I think I'm going to go and focus mostly right now on just darkening this. I also just looking at my palette, just thinking, where could I can I use any of these colors anywhere here? Maybe I'm just going to take some of this gray that I've already mixed a bit of. Let's take some black. Let's take a little bit of white. A little bit more white. We're going to go gray, but maybe not super dark immediately. And then I look at that, I think, I might make this a little slightly greenish. At least that's the way it appears to my eye. There's some of my matte glazing fluid or satin glazing fluid, same thing. You can see, so much darker than that, but not obviously as dark as the interior of that cave. So, where should we start here? I think that's the interior. Let's just... Just to simplify that for myself, I'm just going to define where that is. Oh, I see what I did here. And obviously, once again, I didn't do all of these lines on here, either in my image transfer or when I started to do my underpainting. So that means that some of this is going to be more expressive and I have a little more room to play. So I'm not too worried about the blue glaze that I put. It's going over top of the mountain there. That's fine. At the moment, I'm more or less just kind of getting this shape back into place. The shape of this mountain here. Okay, again, everything's going to get darker as we go, but oops. So I can't see any of these lines. I'm just sketching things in here. Now I missed this idea that there was still more sky back here. I could try to paint a sky in there, but it probably is going to look a little different than the original. So I'm just going to embrace what I've got here and make it work. So as odd as I find these rocks, I also just love how bizarre and weird they are. Again, you can really see how artists like the Cubists fell in love with this kind of, with Uccello's work. Because while this isn't really the things we often think most about when we think of Uccello, we think of the perspective, but it's kind of these wonky. Actually, maybe I should do that with. No, actually, let's do this. Actually, put a little bit more white into this paint. So even though this is going to be all black or very dark in here, by putting a little bit of white in, when I glaze over top of it, this white is going to kind of show up a little bit. Okay, maybe let's do a bit more of this. Take some more white. Again, take a bit more cool yellow. Actually, I should blow dry all of this here before I do more. So just trying to put these highlights in. And I don't want to put them everywhere. So I'm just going to put some white into a black to make a darker gray. And I want that white in there to help make for a more opaque color. Let's now take a bunch of black, mix that in here. Okay. You notice those ribs that I painted inside the cave here disappeared. I was going to try to paint around them, and then when I started working, I'm like, let's just get it in. It doesn't matter. Okay, so I think from here I'm going to lighten a little bit. And I don't know, do I want to darken the inside of that cave now? It'd certainly be easier if I did, wouldn't it? I'm going to blow dry all that and just lock it in place here. Okay, so let's take the same colors, just take more white. Okay, maybe take a little bit more yellow. Oops. Just because I don't want to just use pure white until I absolutely need to. Put my glazing fluid back there to make it a little more transparent. I can blend with this color as well. So where should we start? So this is all pretty clever, like what he's got going on here. Like the highlights feel very natural. The light's coming from the left, so the parts of the cliff that are catching some of the light are obviously much brighter. And that's a big part of it, like just getting more quote-unquote realistic rendering of shapes, like paying more closer attention to where the light is, the sun is, which sounds, you know, normal, but for the period of time, you know, the idea of trying to make something look like life was very unusual. Like, why would you want to make any painting look like the world around us? Right? Isn't that almost a little bit sacrilege to suggest that the world of all of these great figures, that they're just people just like us, as opposed to people that, you know, transcend our lowly physical plane. And we just take all this kind of stuff for granted now, but these are the kind of things that could get your head chopped off back in the day. So you can go for realism, but don't push it too far. The Spanish Inquisition might come for you. Anyone who's a Monty Python fan might appreciate the Spanish Inquisition. That's going to be darker actually, but I'm just putting in this lighter color. It's going to help cover up that yellow a bit. Okay, let's blow dry that. So let's take a bit more black here. I'm not going to go full black because I want to reserve my blacks for the foreground. This should be black enough for right now. It's probably I think good enough. Mix this white into this glazing fluid. So again, it's not pure white, it's a little bit lighter. In fact, I should blow dry that before I do this. Logan says, I just started your intro drawing playlist and saw you were live. I wanted to drop in and say thank you for putting out such wonderful free classes. Awesome. Thanks, Logan. Good luck on the drawing classes. Also, I'd love for you to join the Facebook group. Upload your progress to the group, and if you want some free feedback, I still give people advice on how to improve their drawings. We just did a feedback session. It's all free. A few weeks ago, so the next one will be in mid-December, but if you want to upload a few things and get my feedback or other people's as well in the group, lots of people who are also doing those classes right now. And oops. Happy to support you in your creative journey and continue to encourage you. I'm going to blow dry this. Logan also says, also, killer mustache. Thanks. That's funny. Okay. Well, I just want to put a little bit of detail back into the interior of this cave here with some dark gray. Oops. That paint's pretty thick. Let's put a bit more glazing fluid in here. Okay, I probably should just move on from that. I could spend all day. I like it. I feel like I could also improve on it. Let's take a blow dry on here. Kathy says, wow, I'm just checking in and it looks amazing. See you next week. Thanks, Kathy. Okay. Actually, get my next tea ready here. I'd say I got about another 4-5 hours ahead of me right now, and it's 9 o'clock. I got to teach at the university tomorrow morning. I'm not sure I want to be up till 2 in the morning painting when I've got a bit of a... Well, I'm still recovering from a cold. I'm going to do some more, though. If I could ideally get the ground done and start on the figures, that would be very satisfying. That would allow me to feel like, okay, I could do those figures in about 4 hours. I knew I didn't think there was a way that I could get this all done in one session, so we'll see how much more. Okay, so let's look. Okay. Now, technically, the grass and the I don't know, the garden, I don't know what you want to call this. Technically, that's in the foreground, but as I said earlier, I'm going to conceive of this as our background just for the sake of these intertitles here. So I want to get the bottom of this painting blocked in so that really the main thing is just the princess, the dragon, St. George, and the horse. And if I can get it all done tonight, that would be great, but it's more than likely that I might have to do another episode for those. So let's look at the ground. Let's compare these at this stage here together. So there is that. I gotta work with my lighting, because those reflections coming off there are certainly making it look darker, or sorry, lighter than it actually is. It's a little bit darker there. It's worth also noting that, you know, this isn't in a period where value is way more important than color. Color is not an afterthought, but often artists, maybe even like Uccello, I don't know exactly his painting method, but might even paint the whole picture in black and white, or grisaille as it was called, and then and only then would they glaze color over top of it. So in order to do that, you'd have some very strong blacks. You can see how dark some of these areas actually are, even though they're in the background. And by doing that, it pulls those things forward. So this is kind of before some of these ideas that have been popularized, that I talk a lot about in these episodes, where we want to use black quite sparingly, only for the foreground, because black and white and gray was in large part mostly like 90% of their toolkit. Now I could paint it exactly like he did, but I'm more inclined to kind of continue the way that I'm going here, so that I can use these episodes to really teach people the fundamentals of color theory. So it might look a little bit different, but if anything, there might be a little bit more space in my painting than his. And again, not that I'm saying that Uccello did anything wrong, but I think he would appreciate that. I think that kind of illusionistic depth in an artwork is something that he was after. It was the kind of thing that kept him up, and rather than crawling back into bed with his wife, he kept working on this stuff late at night. And I think he would probably understand my reasoning for maybe not following his path exactly as he walked it. So let's, on the ground here, what is the color? Well, there's a number of colors here, isn't there? So I'm looking at the ground below. I don't know what on earth this is. This sort of undulating, sandy kind of surface. But like there's purples and oranges and reds and greens. So that tells me that it's like just lots of different glazes, different kinds of glaze going on there. Let's just should I just pick a color? What color would look nice down there? I don't know what you know, maybe a very light, warm, I was gonna say purple. I see some orange. I see so many colors in here. Okay, I think I'm gonna... it's tricky. What do I want to do? Let's go... let's start with an orange. Some white. I'm not on camera. Darn it. Okay, so here's this orange. Let's take a little bit of blue, actually warm blue. Ooh, I kind of like this brown. Huh. Now the only question is that too light? Well, let's brush it in. I might do a second coat of it rather than trying to increase the opacity. This will give me a little bit more control. And that way I can also modify what that next layer of glaze could look like. Okay, well obviously it's not quite there yet, but that's a start. I think I'm going to do the same thing but add more white into the next layer. So let's blow dry that. Oh, see, I love that, how I look at it, I'm like, what on earth color could that possibly be? I love that we might look at it and not be able to identify what color it is because it's so weird and complex. Okay, now I might be going too far to the other side here with a lot more white. Kind of like that. I think that's actually pretty close. It's hard to tell how good of a job that actually was there. The moment. Well, let's go in here. You know, not too far off here. That's pretty close. Right, if we look at, where is it? Right here. I don't know. I think I might have got it. That's not bad. Okay, that's good to know. Let's do the same sort of thing. Now we're going to darken in to the interior of the cave. We'll use a little bit of, we'll do cool blue back there. I'll have to blow dry this so that I can ensure I don't have any semi-wet parts of glaze. Okay, so let's I'm gonna take my cool blue, a little bit of black, so this is cool blue plus black and white. It gives it this kind of really dark gray. Well, I mean, I guess I was going to say there might be a little bit of yellow, but the yellow would be in from my black. Okay. Ooh, that's pretty opaque. Well, if I blend it out, I was going to say it's really dark, but I'll just have to make her dress go here. I missed out on this here. Yeah. Well, is there anywhere else I'd want to put this? I'm going to put a little bit of this under the horse. I know that Uccello didn't do this, but a little bit of that there. lightened it up too much there. Darn it. I want to do more of that behind her. Let's blow dry this. Add even more glazing fluid. Okay, let's look at the grass next. Wow, there's a lot of detail in there. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to do all these little flowers and things. Ooh. Okay, but I can darken it significantly. How do I want to do this? I might start with a little bit, like notice right in and around, there's a bunch of browns. I think I might go for a bit of a brown, a warm brown. So take my warm yellow, my warm blue, warm red, make a brown. Let's make a darker brown. A little bit too blue. Let's lighten it back up a bit. So I'm going to glaze with this brown over top most of the grass here. It's going to darken it, but also it's going to add a lot more nuance to the grass too. Remember, most of this grass we did earlier was all cool blues, or cool greens, sorry. See, already that grass just seems way more complex and nuanced. And I haven't really done anything all that special to it, just a couple different layers of colors. Okay, let's blow dry that. I'm happy with the way this is so far. Let's see, what do we want to do? Just gonna, where's my... That is the original. I was wondering if I had done something to the picture while I was photoshopping it to change it. But no, that's actually the way the ground looks. Okay. So what is going on? What is he trying to do with these like backwards L-shaped things? What is, are those supposed to be like some kind of stones in the garden, or? So strange. Well, we can basically use the same blue that we used to do some of this darker part of the cave. I'll use that for these markings on the ground here. Once again, I'm going to put glazing fluid in there because I'm not sure how bold I want these marks to be. And I didn't even bother tracing them on my canvas from the image transfer, so they are long gone. They weren't even there to begin with, I guess, right? So what is the general direction of these things? That's right, it's not, none of that's on camera. Okay, well, let's come back over here. I mean, so these are kind of sometimes the strange things that are in the original painting that I don't know what they're for or what they mean. And I'm always a little leery about doing things like that, where I feel like, you know, if someone asks me, like, what are those things? I go, I don't know. I feel like, then why am I painting them? But I'll put them in here. I mean, you tell me, what do you think these things are? What purpose do they serve? Why did he paint them? What are we looking at here? I mean, they work as some sort of a pattern, I suppose. I mean, what's odd is they sort of ignore the rest of the perspective in here. And so that's why I'm kind of like, part of me is like, ah, should I even paint them? But this is a period of time before artists had really figured out perspective, where things are still a little bit in flux. And you know, it seemed right to him at the time. So these seem to get a little bit more brown on this side of the painting. So I think I'm going to paint them with this color to stay consistent. And then come back and with a little bit more brown. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention last night, the light, or the thunder. I don't know about, there might have been lightning. I didn't see it, but whoo, there was some of the loudest lightning I think I've ever heard. Very wild. Okay. So let's add a little bit of black. keep doing. I hate it when I'm not on camera. Okay, let's get a little bit of brown in here. Just gonna put a little more glazing fluid in there just to lighten that color, or make it more transparent, I mean. I'm going to erase some of what I just did. I'm going to take a rag with a little bit of water on here. And I'm just going to come around just lighten that up a bit. Because I also feel like maybe the angles of some of these. They're certainly not as kind of visible on the right hand, or not visible, just as see more of a feature on the left than the right. Okay, I feel like that's good. Okay. Let's blow dry all that. Lock it in place. Okay. Now, do I want to do the grass now? It would be nice to be able to just next time I sit down just to do purely the figures, not have to worry about anything else. Okay, so the flowers. Or I guess this kind of clover, I guess, is that what that is? Grassy clover. How do I want to approach that? Because obviously I'm not going to paint thousands of little flowers or clovers. So I'm going to use a really dark green. So let's take our warm where should I do this? Let's do it right here. Let's take our warm blue, warm yellow, and that's going to give us a nice green. But way too much yellow in it though, so let's remix this again. We'll take some of that. That's a nice dark green. Okay, let's put some glazing fluid, matte glazing fluid back in there. I was going to go right to my small brush, but I think I'm going to go back to a bigger brush here. try to focus a little bit more on just the bigger shapes. Because he didn't paint them all evenly, right? They're a little bit darker here and there. I mean, that's achieving a lot of what I want it to do. Almost to the point where, do I really want to paint those anything else in here, or just leave this like that? Actually, you know what? I'm also going to take this color and I'm going to bring it into the cave too. Okay, so let's, I'm going to blow dry that so I don't stamp my hand all over it. Let's zoom in here. So now I'm just going to take this color and just do kind of like little flourishes. Maybe let's practice a little bit further back up here. Just to, I'd rather do that than practice right in the front. So I'm not going to paint, just fill this up. We're just going to do them in little groups. I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of what I'm doing here right now. Kind of maybe feel like maybe I should just let it go and just have left it before I started doing this. I could still get rid of it, but I'm going to just see it through. Yeah, as it's starting to dry, that's making me happier. The texture of this, I was a little like, yeah, that, by the way, is the actual technical art term for it. It's not really known exactly which artist was the first to stumble upon the but it is a something you'll notice almost every major artist does at least once in their artwork. Yeah, as it dries up there, that's kind of cool. It's, I think, important that I began with the same color that was there before, as opposed to mixing something darker I might do a little bit. There is the highlights of the clover. So again, it certainly does seem like I'm painting the entire area, but you may or may not be able to notice that there's little breaks here and there. I'm also trying to do it in as kind of haphazardly chaotic as possible. So rather than just doing line after line like a typewriter or a printer, I'm trying to go kind of chaotically across here so that they don't create totally uniform lines. So as they dry, I think they really start to look much better. Little Frog says, "Hi, first time joining live." Hi, Little Frog. I think that's your handle there. Great to see you there live. That's awesome. I wonder if it's the drawing classes you've seen, or which videos of mine you've been watching that haven't been live. First time caller, long time listener. So, you know, this is the kind of thing that Paolo Uccello would have spent probably weeks and weeks meticulously painting. You have to remember this, the original painting is kind of like the size of a movie poster, right? It's about, what is the dimensions there? 21 by 29 inches. So that's probably the same size as, you know, most people's television sets. You've got it's very common picture frame size, like 22 by 30, kind of around there. This would also be often the kind of stuff that your assistant would do too. You know, you would give them, like if you had a school of artists, some of the students would be working on details like this. You'd say, okay, what I want you to do is fill these big patches up with clover. Like, what, boss? Yeah, I know it's going to take you a few months, but it's part of your training. Like when I was working with Ghiberti, I wouldn't believe all the things that old man made me do. All this ridiculous little stuff that no one really notices, but it helps make the stars of the show shine, right? So I'm just flying here trying to get it all done, but for him that would have been a much more time-consuming process. And I don't think Uccello had, well, we don't believe he had any students. It's not really known exactly for sure. At the very least, upon his death, he didn't. Okay. Let's go back the other way with a lighter green. So look, again, the question is how much of this do I want to put in? Let's just see from further away if this is working. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's there. I actually feel like these new dots are helping quite a lot too. Ah! So I inadvertently stamped a little bit onto the rest of the painting. It's okay for the foreground to have a bit more larger blobs, but as I go further back, I want them to be less noticeable. It feels much better. Like when I first started putting them on there, I was like, this might not have been the right call, but it's seems to have mostly worked out here. And I think that's kind of typical. Sometimes you have to kind of commit whatever you're going to do. If you're going to do it, you got to go all the way. You can't just do a little bit. That's kind of the lesson here for me anyway. Yeah, it's interesting as they dry. Yeah, that's good. Actually, I'm pleased with that. I'm not so into the texture. The texture is relatively low because there is glazing fluid in there. Okay. Let's just there's still plenty to do here. Almost all of it, though, is in the three main figures. We've got the princess, the dragon, the horse being ridden by St. George. And I feel like this is a pretty good place for me to call it a day. You know, I've been painting for almost 6 hours, or yeah, we began 6 hours ago. I think I can walk away at this point and feel like good for now. I'm not sure when I'll be able to work on this. It might just have to be next week, but if I've got more time, miraculously that should appear over the course of the next week, then I'll try to jump online and finish this. But until then, let me see. What did you just want a quick reminder for folks to who might be watching? So just quickly consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when the next episode's coming, so that you'll know when I'm going to be live again to finish this painting. You can donate a couple dollars, $5, through PayPal using the QR code or the web address there on top. It'll take you to the page that looks similar like this, and you can send your e-transfer that way, or PayPal. You can also send an e-transfer by email. My email's on the Facebook group and on my website. And join the Facebook group. In 4 weeks, we're going to be doing our next free bonus episode, and if you want to participate in that, anything that's on the Facebook group I will talk about. So you got to join the Facebook group. It looks a little bit like this. Okay, so until I see you again to complete this painting, have yourself a wonderful evening, morning, noon, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. Just know that making art is doing the world a big favor. If more people were like yourself, who were indulging in their creativity and expressing beauty into the world, we would be living in a much more peaceful, happy place. And so the only way for us to get there is to spread the power of art throughout our families and our communities. So until then, thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you again in the next episode.